Hey, what's up? So today we have a Tacoma, the Taco. We are going to be doing 70 on the full windshield. We're going to do 35 on these front doors, and then we're also going to do 70 on the back doors, right there, over the back doors, rear glass, all around, ceramic. It's going to be a good one. So let's get the rest of this up and running. I feel like I'm forgetting stuff. I always feel like I'm forgetting stuff. Especially when I get extra phone calls. Hello? What's up? From the Ukraine. How you doing? Plug that in, plug this in, unplug that, turn this on. It's working. It's working. It's working. I think I got everything. Plug this guy in. This too. Northwest Arkansas, Ukraine and Arkansas. Cool, very cool. All right, so we're gonna jump into it. Everything should be up and running at this point. It's been, ugh. Let's do this one more time. Thanks for your time teaching us like riding a bike. Oh, you're welcome, man. Without wheels. Oh, no, we have wheels on this bike. There we go. I think that's better. Mr. Money Making Matt. That's what you gotta do for a business. GoPro. Just kidding. Training wheels. That makes more sense. Okay, there we go. GoPro. Sweet. All right. So we got a Tacoma. We got to do, like I said, front doors 35. These rear doors are lighter than 20, but darker than 35. So when you put 35 over the front, mix that with the glass, it's going to be a much closer match. And they like the tint of this anyways. So we're going to get a fairly close match, and then we're going to do 70 over the rear. So then they get ceramic on the back. And then, obviously, that same ceramic we're going to do over the front, too. So it's going to be a good one. Let me go grab my knife, because they had some fun stuff for me to take off the windshield this morning. That took longer than I thought. So that blade's all done for. Went through 2 blades on that one. But yeah. Just put it in an order for DeoShield Pro Nano and all percentages. Damn. That's super cool, man. That's a big one. Thank you. Much appreciated. Any tips on cutting quarter windows? Had trouble on my WRX. Oh, your WRX sucks. That's why. Like, those quarter windows are not super fun. You'll spend way more time on those quarter windows than you will on the door windows. Best I can say is just cut them exact. And then you can wedge like a couple cards in the seals and just use extra soapy water when you go to install them. We were talking about this in the last stream a little bit. So I don't have those quarter windows on this, obviously. So, oh, that's different. This is an aftermarket one too, huh? That definitely doesn't look like a Toyota thing. Toyotas are pretty friggin' basic on their media consoles or whatever. Oh yeah, that's definitely aftermarket. That looks way better. But yeah, so I mean I have these tri-edge cards. They're a good size. The whole thing is you want to take cards or just something that'll alleviate, like you slide it, you wet down those gaskets a little bit. You slide these cards into it, and that'll kind of relieve some pressure. Just let them sit in there for a while you're working on the rest of it, and then when you go to cut out or go to install the quarter windows, you pull those cards, and then that'll help tuck everything in. But with those, you're really just shooting for like exact cuts. You don't need to tuck much in. That just makes it more difficult, but is that a manual? Yeah. The last one of the very few manuals in existence today. Yeah, they don't make many manuals anymore. I'm sad. Manuals are just fun. They're a little annoying when you're stuck in traffic. Other than that, they're always fun. I remember when I bought a car, my dad said, "You're going to get real tired of driving a manual." Nope, never. Do you have a link for the red tape? So what you're going to want to search is house wrap tape. I don't have a link directly to this one, but just search house wrap tape, and you'll find some. So sheathing tape, house wrap tape, that's what you're looking for. That's what we're using right now. I always tuck the WRX quarter windows. Yeah, but somebody says they're having problems with them, so I wouldn't even worry about trying to tuck it if you're having problems with it. Just back up a little bit, but you could. Yeah, you could free them up a little bit more and do them that way. Oh, God, what happened? Everything just disappeared. Can you explain the difference between red dot, black dot, Olfa knives, stainless steel? I don't know about a black dot. I've never heard of it before. But the red dots are the best. And I can tell you exactly why they're the best. It's because the housing that they're in, or I guess that is the red dot. The extra clicks is nice. If I think it's over on the other cart, though. I can do a closer comparison. When you poke this blade out, you have a little bit of housing on the top and the bottom. The farther away that housing is, the more upright your knife has to be when you cut. So I didn't even realize this until I was using the Olfa knives. I doubt all of them are like this, but the few that I bought, which are also recommended, but they're like not by me though. They stick out farther. Generally have less clicks, but the holder is just, it's not ideal. So you'll want to pay attention to that if you're looking to buy anything other than the red dot. Yeah, that's why a lot of times now I just default back to using the plotter for those quarters and stuff now. It's more about chances on windows like that than anything. Because if I take the time, get those cuts right, then mess up my pattern, I need something just immediately after, because I generally mess up that first one. And when you're hand cutting those, hand cutting isn't necessarily the hardest part of it. So what I would worry about for hand cutting is line up your edge. Try and line up a flat edge, generally along the bottom, and then just tack it in place, cut one side, cut the other side, cut the top side, and leave the corners alone. Pull it off the window, and then draw straight lines, and then round those corners, and that's how you're gonna get that pattern much more efficiently. I wouldn't try to hand cut into the corner edges on the window. You can, but it sometimes will bunch up in the corner, and you're just not gonna have a clean cut, and then you go to install it. So you're better guessing those cuts off the window. And they don't have to be perfect. If anything, you can round them a little bit extra, and you're not gonna see that when you install it. Not really. Practice that first, and then based on your results, you can always go back and try and refine it, but you're better off just marking off all your sides, cutting those, and then trying to see where that lines up, and then you can always, you'll learn a lot from getting it done the first time, and then you go back and try it again later on, though. Like, when you're talking about those quarter windows that are on the doors, like, as a shop, I'm not going to want to leave a gap, but those gaps are way less noticeable if you do leave them, because you have, it's all tucked away. So you don't see that from the inside. And so on the outside, they're kind of crowded by the mirror, and that area is all dark anyways. So if I were to leave a gap on this one, like, would I notice it walking up to the car? It just depends on who you are. So if I left the gap like here, it's way dark in this area and it's all tucked away. I'm not going to leave one. But if I was brand new and I left like a small gap in there, you're not necessarily going to see it when you have quarter windows all crowded up, and that slight little bit of dark area is way less noticeable than like a light gap on a back window or something. I used the awesome adhesive remover on the front windshield instead of removing the glue, and it left more, so I had to scrape everything off. Never again. Awesome will gunk up the glue. So there's times to use it, and there's definitely times not to use it. I pretty much exclusively use it on back windows, because it starts to like gunk up the whole window. I don't use it on door windows. Windshields you can scrape, so it's best to do something to soften up the glue, like spray your soapy water mix, let it sit for a little bit, especially when it's warmer. It'll soften up that glue some, and then you're just tediously there scraping it with razor blades, which sucks. That's not fun, but it's better doing something like that than, dealing with all the awesome that's gunking everything up. That can take longer. Argentina, what's up, man? 15 to 20 for the front doors. Oh, it's my most popular option. Yeah, 15 looks nice. So does 20. Like, I advertise 20, and that's because that's a real normal thing. 20 on the back, 20 on the front. Ignore this vehicle. Most trucks and SUVs have 20, so that's what then they'll match, and then it also is just a popular favorite for everybody. They just come in and want to match the back. I want to see how close this... Oh God, no, I don't want to drop that. I was just gonna put this up and check it. What year was window film invented? Oh, I have no idea. The tint history that I know is just I don't know, more the personal histories of people in this industry than anything. As far as when window film was invented, I have no idea. Let me grab my other stuff. I just want to. So this here is just kind of. I'm trying to pick between Apex and Pro Nano on the front doors of this one. It's gonna be ceramic. The only difference is gonna be the coloring. So on the Toyotas, they lean a little bit more towards like a tan. So I just want to do something that matches that. So honestly, the Pro Nano 35 is probably going to be a better option. I just pulled out the Apex just to kind of compare those two. Let me grab a 36 of that and we'll check it out. How do you advertise? Most of it is on YouTube and then Google Maps and a website. So I haven't really done a whole lot of paid stuff, but I'd say paid ads are well worth it as long as you're bringing people over from like a good or to a good site. If you have a crappy site, you're just spending money on people bouncing a lot. Do you meter the factory glass first before you try and match? Yeah, always. I can't tell you the number of times that I walk up to a car and I think I know the shade and then it's not. That was actually with their BMW too. I was like, that looks like a 20. They're like, it does? I was like, yeah. And then I put a meter on it and it was 35. I'm like, well, that's why I meter it. I don't know. I've always been weird about that stuff. 50 or 35? Oh, okay. That's real clear cut. If you want a dark look that stands out a lot, go with 35. It's as dark as I would go on a windshield. If you want a nice tinted look that doesn't scream pull me over and is still very functional, do 50. So for all my clients, I'll show them 50. And then I'll ask them if they think that's either too light. And most of them will go with the 50. 50 generally looks darker than you might think. It's not blackout. You can still see in it. But what's nice is it's got a nice color to it. So this ceramic border, it kind of like pulls that color into the rest of the windshield. And so you have like this illusion of privacy that's a little bit stronger than you might think with doing such a light shade. That looks better. That's way more, that's gonna be way closer than doing the Apex on this one. So we'll do Pro Nano 35 on that. That'll come real close. What size roll do you carry for each line? Classic, C2, and Pro Nano. I generally do 36s and 24s. There isn't a big price difference between the 20s and 24s, and so it's like you're wasting some extra film by doing 24s on certain vehicles. But as a whole, it's pretty negligible. So I'll go with 36s and 24s. If anything, like 40s will be nice to have here or there, but they, for the most part, aren't needed. So like this, believe it or not, truck window, but they're not super tall. This is a 36-inch roll. and we're splitting in half. We're doing the doors. The only time you need the 24s are for F-150s and the newer GMs. Everything else you can do shorter, I think. Well, okay, not everything, but everything that I run into. Let me move this out of the way so we can get to this. So this seal, these, like, the Toyota ones are definitely a little farther back from the windows, and so you have, like, that plastic area that kind of sits a little farther back, so I'm going to tuck this a little farther in. They're looser. You can go deeper in them if you want. Bring that down. So yeah, like going back to what I was saying about those quarter windows, you notice how this kind of curves in here? So I'm interested in the straight part of the window. So there's oftentimes I'll stop shy. Same thing for up here. I could cut higher up, but I don't want to start bunching up my film into one of these corners. So I'm going to keep this shy, and I'll have to round a bigger corner, but I just want to have the lines nice and straight. For the giveaway tonight, Tool Talk Tuesday. Is today Tuesday? Oh, that's so appropriate because we're doing a taco right now. So we got Taco Tuesday going on. But giveaway on Sun Distributing's live stream. That's super cool. Thanks for giving the heads up. Taco Tuesday. That's right up there with, that's really appropriate. It's right up there with the Supra. This is the same client, by the way. They brought in the Supra. This is really nice. And then they had this, so they want to get this done too. What's the other one? So there's the Tacoma, and then there's the, what's the other truck? Tundra? I think that's the other one. Is the Tundra the bigger one? I think the Tundra's the bigger one. Just want to make sure I got this all lined up. It is Tundra. I do so many more F-150s and Rams and Sierras. I don't do near as many Toyota trucks. So I know that they have the Tacoma, and then I always forget the name of one or the other. Tomac? What? They have one called the Tomac? Okay, is that a new one? Because I've never heard of that one. I've heard of, like, the Hilux. Hang on, let me change this blade out. It's probably been a minute. That wasn't cutting very pretty. I'm thinking of doing 50 on the windshield, 35 in the front doors, and maybe 50 over the factory. Probably seeing my truck, 06 Dakota, silver with gray interior. The only bummer is the gray interior makes it look a little lighter, but that's a really nice shade choice. So that's really common with what I do. So my personal vehicles are 35 on the front doors, and then a light shade over the rear. They used to be darker than that, but I've grown up a little bit. We've got family, and I want something that is not like super or I want it to be really comfortable to see out of as well, but still give you a little bit of privacy. And that match, or that shade choice that you just said, that's a really, really good one. So that was pretty similar to what we were talking about, or that's really similar to what we're doing on this truck. The only difference being is they're going with 70 on the back, but I made sure to show them 50 for comparison. I didn't want to make it too confusing, but I'm going to recut that. It's a decent cut. It just could have gone smoother than that. The nice thing is if you ever have to recut your top edge and you've pulled your film farther down, you have more than enough room to raise it up and redo that cut a couple of times. Give yourself a little slack on the bottom. But Pro Nano, a little thicker. Sometimes it doesn't go as smooth the first time. That was way better. Good. How's business? Business overall has definitely slowed down compared to like summertime. Still getting some good jobs in here for sure. It's definitely slower. But that's the tinting portion. So everything's going real well. So we just wrapped up the class this past week, which was really, really fun to do. It was a big class, too. And then recently made some big changes to the store. YouTube did this really, really cool thing with Shopify now, too. I'm still, like, kind of stunned at the way that they're allowing creators to now showcase their own stores. I had no idea that was coming, and then it just kind of popped up one day. So what was extra cool is we just went through and added some, like, we're adding product demo videos to the site. And now they're real quick and easy to see too. So some of those things that you click on, they'll take you right there. Okay, this is like way far over. See that? See that overlap there? I need to round this off because they round this corner quite a bit very suddenly. But you can always take some extra film off. You can never add some. So better to be on that side of the fence.
RGC super chatted $10. Nice class. New ideas, more money.
RGC, thank you so much for the 10. Damn. Much appreciated. Yep. New ideas, new money. Also, lots of money then tied up in new ideas. That always gets a little bit, lots of opportunities. been a fun thing. It's been a really fun / unexpected thing, because I start thinking in one direction, and then next thing you know, there's other opportunities popping up. It's like, oh, damn. That's cool. That happened this morning, too. Can't talk too much about it, but you'll see something sooner or later here. Does this tent have a green hue? No, if anything, the 35 leans warmer. Which, believe it or not, is a preferred choice for this one, because that's the way that the factory leans on this one. 35 is such a nice match for this. What film are you using? We're using Pro Nano ceramic. How did you mount the carpet shield to the rack? That's something I'm really proud of. There's like these dual track brackets here, or these beams. So there's one beam that goes across, that mounts into the wall, and then you hang those from that. You can adjust them closer together, farther out. And then I found these little so that I found from like Home Depot, Lowe's, hardware stores. A lot of hardware stores carry that. Go to the closet / garage storage section. But these brackets I found at Menards, they're little like 6 or 7 inch brackets. They just had some shorter ones, so I bought all of them. And then these ones I found from Container Store. So no other store had these, and it fits the same brackets. They come all the way out, and they have these little spots for a hook that drops straight down. So then I put a hook down, closet rod across, and that holds it just far enough away and makes everything like super clean. I was really proud of that one. This one I had the home garage, and space was at like a super premium. So when you do videos, you get lots of comments from your average customer about water on the door panels and stuff. So that was my way to kind of solve all that. How do you go about starting your own shop? Ooh, that is a loaded question. So I think a couple ways you can do it is you can either go get a small business loan, front a lot of money, and cross your fingers that everything works out. Another way of going about it is finding a way to support yourself while you're getting your shop up and running. And that is actually a lot easier than you might think. So if you know how to tint, which I don't think you should be opening a shop unless you know how to tint, really, because you have a lot of overhead, a lot of risk. So you're trying to learn at the same time. That's just really, really tough. But when you go to tint for like other companies, so it could be other tint shops, other companies. So I was still making, so a couple days a week, I'd go into this one shop. I'd make average about like $1,200 from working for them for a couple days a week. I had another mobile account, and I was trying this from a home garage instead of a shop. So like, step one is to try and figure out a way to build up your own customer base as you're doing that. So mobile is a really good option. You can either do 100% mobile, which pros for that are going to be you're building up your own brand. Cons are going to be all the logistics that go along with it. Going to people's houses, not everybody has a house, not everybody has a garage. Those that have a garage generally bury a bunch of crap in it too. So space is always the most difficult thing when you're doing pure mobile, but you can do mobile for other companies. So they already have a customer base. They have a space for you to tint. They line up the jobs. They get a cut of the work. You go in, generally provide the film. That way you know, and like you can pick the film or have an agreed upon film. And most shops are pretty flexible on that. They're just like, I don't know anything about tint. Bring in what you recommend and we'll sell it to our customers. Because most of the customers are just like, hey, do you guys do tint as well? So when you have that working relationship, that makes it a lot easier to sustain yourself. And then you can do that a couple days a week, 2, 3, 4 days a week while you're opening up your own shop. You might think like, hey, how am I going to support my own shop while I'm tinting for other places? And it's like you don't have to be at your shop 24/7. You can get it set up, ready to go. And the biggest expense is the rent from month to month, which will probably be about a, $1,500, couple grand. Could be a little bit more than that. Mine was $2,400. And I would just do tint for a couple other companies, and then I would schedule my shop like I would schedule their shop. So I would give myself dedicated days and then schedule them in advance. Always pick up the phone while you're tinting at another shop, and as long as you have that understanding, you can make your own money while you're trying to get your own thing going too. So 1 foot in one door, 1 foot in another door. It's a good way to do it. Because it really is, like, you're going to open up your own shop and ready to go, and then you're just waiting. You're waiting for people to come in, and that's a grind. Like, some people get lucky and it starts up really fast. And for others, it's a real grind because there's already tint shops around you. Nobody knows who you are. It takes time to build, so you need to just give yourself an opportunity to survive while you're building up your own client base. It takes a lot of stress off of it. So I had always worked for companies that have set hours. And so, like, it was weird for me. Like, one of the reasons I didn't want to shop was because I felt like I was going to be tied to the shop. I was like, I don't want to be here all through working hours. I want to be here when there's work to do and when I have projects going on. But if I want to take a day off, I don't have the money to pay somebody to stay at a counter all day and facilitate walk-ins and stuff like that. But turns out you don't have to. It's nice. But if you don't have many people walking in, lock the door, put a sign on the door, and just say, call to schedule an appointment, and then set things up that way, and then you're still making money. Do any of your customers ask about the 2-stage grease? If there was a problem with the way that I installed, then I would change the way that I installed, period. All it depends on how you get it installed. That looks very, very nice. Nice and close. Let's roll this up. Thoughts on the machine that cuts your own tint? Oh, I got a lot of thoughts. I got too many. It's opening a big can of worms. So we're gonna use it for this back window, and I'm gonna be very happy that I'm using it for this back window, as long as all the patterns line up. I reserve it for the windows that take me a lot longer to cut out and need less precision. So that's basically the back windows of cars and quarter windows. So I don't always use it on the back windows either. It kind of just depends. Depends on how much work we have to do and how the rest of the job is going. But it's a production tool, and when you're trying to do a lot of cars, it's pretty necessary to have one. You can get a whole lot done with one of those. But I just don't use it all the time because I don't need to. Was there any supply chain shortages on film recently? Oh yeah, like more so like the past couple years. So when all the shutdowns were going on, that definitely rolled over into film shortages. And you know, there's a lot of containers that get hung up in the docks for weeks at a time. So it was labor shortages, it was shipping shortages. Prices are still like way up there on shipping prices and whatnot. So yeah, not super fun. Definitely there were lots of product shortages. There were shortages for everything, though. Absolutely everything. Expel or GeoShield. You know, I hear that a lot. Lumar, Suntech. Try them both. Do you have any advice for tinting out in the elements? Oh, man, that's rough. I never did that. Oh, good, that's just on the outside. A little soap bubble that looked exactly like a dirt speck. So, tinting outside, like, I look at a lot of things as opportunity cost now, not how much can I save money on that thing, but more how much time am I going to spend doing some of these other things now. So when you're working outside, the only things to really help out is going to be providing some type of like an indoor space. So that's going to be a tent that you essentially have to carry around and then set up, or you're going in somebody's garage, because I definitely don't recommend standing outside. You have too many things working against you. So you've got wind, you've got sun, but you also have rain, you have cold. So if my business was dependent on, hey, sorry, it's raining today, I can't work, we'll have to do it when it clears up, that's a whole day you're missing out of. I don't like, so you look at what a shop costs, and then all of a sudden that makes way more sense to pay for a shop because you have control over your environment. So I recommend either partnering up with other companies and tinting inside, or tinting for people that have garages. I don't recommend tinting outside at all. I've seen somebody run around with a tent, and he would set it up like he was, so he wouldn't set it up at people's houses. He would set it up at shops for the day or a half day. Unless it was really slow, work was really slim, then he was a little more scrappy and he'd go around to a couple different places, set it up, tear down. But it would still take him 15 minutes up, 15 minutes down. That's a half hour. Then you got drive time. You're burning up so much time just on trying to set up to do the work. It just makes more sense to tint for a shop that is pulling in work for you, and then all you have to do is show up, bring the film, and then that's most of your day. You don't have to worry about all those other things. That costs you money without realizing how much money that it costs you if you're trying to set all that up. What's the ratio of those who tint for security, those who tint for sunshade? I don't think anybody, like, so it's, I guess you could say privacy is what's first and foremost on their mind. So between those two, probably more people are like it's more split. But security, as in, yeah, I think privacy is probably the right word for it. There's a fair amount of people that just like a nice dark look, and then I'd say there's less people that are looking for ceramic protection from the heat here, but more often than not, the ceramic jobs that I do lean a little bit lighter, where some of the carbon and dyed jobs definitely lean more towards, wow, that was careless on my part. I thought I had way more film. That's 70, and I don't think, ooh, that's pushing it really close. Yep, we're gonna roll up this piece. Probably save it for a rainy day. If you tint outside, tint slime takes application fluid just for the sun. Stuff helps a ton. I guess that depends on the films that you're using. Because I haven't even had much luck with Geo and tint slime indoors. I guess to keep things the same, we'll do, oh my God, I should have dried off my hand first. I'm gonna flip this around. I'm just gonna grab it. How I know though? The brand new roll of 70. This shit gets heavy. It's the best music to tint to? Oh, I don't know, something that keeps you sane. Someone just got arrested in front of my business. Great start to my day. Oh, that's definitely interesting. For music, it goes on mood. If you need something a little more upbeat to kind of keep your pace going, or if you're freaking out and you need something to kind of just mellow you out. A lot of times I'm typically listening to stuff that I want to learn. I think one of the more frustrating things is while I'm working, it's harder for me to watch stuff, but I'm always listening. So like when I was trying to learn about cameras and whatnot, I'd always want to, you have to like see the visual comparisons between the two. But when you're learning about how different businesses operate and whatnot, you can at least listen while you work. Yeah, this one really, you see this? It comes like this, starts curving in. So what that means is when it rolls down, usually the windows go straight up and down. This is gonna fall out of the seal probably a little bit. That doesn't look like 70. It definitely looks like 70. And then they do this too. So the Tundra is probably less curved. Tacoma, really rounded corner there, really rounded corner there. That just makes this more annoying to cut out. All right, so would it have been worth plotting the back sides? Yeah, if they line up nice. For sure. It's worth plotting anything as long as you know it's going to turn out right. This is going to take me a little bit longer to hand cut with all the little differences and stuff. The second piece looks darker. Well, because you're layering it together. And then there's also privacy glass on here too. So, oh, I hate you. Yeah, you're right. They're not. Oh, man. All right, I'll do one on the other side. You're right. It's 35. They'll never know. Oh, what a total. Oh my God, that would be so bad. That's something that would happen on stream though. All right, we'll do them individually because I'm already this far. We might as well keep going. Okay, so then you have this part here. Glad I caught it. Oh yeah, me too. I would have had that whole sucker installed. And then maybe have noticed it. Like, hey, why is this one door darker than everything else? See, that's why I use a meter for everything too. All right, and then this goes farther down. So you have this part curves up this way. When you roll it down, the window just goes straight up and down. So whenever you have a curve that comes up this way, that glass is just going to drop straight down and then leave a gap here. So something like this, you see this on other trucks, they do it too. So like the Rams do this, F-150s do that. You roll it down as far as you can with still leaving that glass exposed, and you can at least follow that corner or that top edge and continue to round it down farther. And then the rest of it's going to be a guessing game between this part and this part. But the nice part is that is already rolled all the way down to this point. So it's something that you can definitely be a little bit shy on because you're never going to see it, but we'll use a ruler and everything's going to match up pretty damn close anyways. And then we'll just have to do it twice. There we go. Beautiful. Ram single cabs. Yeah, a lot of trucks end up doing it. So this here to here, where's my ruler? Here's my ruler. So we're just gonna keep following that whole straight edge up. This will make this a lot easier to understand. And now, see, all I have is this little corner area. So being that this is a little bit more rounded anyways, we'll probably have to cut this a couple times. I'm going to, like the other one, I'm going to go outside a little bit farther. I'm going to match it up, and I'm going to see how close that comes, because it's a pretty rounded corner. And then for this part, I'm going to continue this line straight this way. We're going to go basically a little past, and then we're going to slightly round it coming back down. So come out that way. Just going to follow that curve until it connects, and then there you go. Same thing for this. Straight line out this way. Then you could also do, you know, if you want to make these corners like really small to cut, straight line that way, straight line this way, and then round that little bit. Helps you to understand what you're doing for your cuts when they're a little bit more complicated. So that round's pretty good. We'll see. Might have to do just a little hair more, but we were pretty damn spot on. Just a little bit more on that, and I want to make sure I don't go too far over, or else I'm going to be like off the glass if I go too far over, so we got to round it off a little bit more. You can't see it, but if you're over the edge, there's a chance you're going to peel. So this part needs to be definitely rounded a little bit more. There, it should go better. Do we have the fog machine working? Yes, they are working. This goes down. Very nice. Yeah, I'd say that looks pretty freaking good. Sweet. I guess we might as well get it installed. What's up? Oh, you know, I just can't tell the difference between 70 and 35. There we go. Thank you.
Hans Gabling is super chatted $10. Someone
Hans.
call the fire truck because your work is pure fire. Taco Tuesday.
Thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it, man. Taco Tuesday. I didn't even realize until I was already in it a little bit. It's Taco Tuesday today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Somebody asked, wouldn't it make more sense to cut? So, there's things you have to do basically mirrored when you're cutting your film out. So it's more awkward for me to now, I'm so used to cutting on the passenger side, it's more awkward for me to cut things on the driver's side. Honestly, a big part of that came from making mistakes. And that's just part of learning. So better I make a mistake on the passenger side than the driver's side. But any mistakes are no good. Is it easier to remove the door windows completely and reinstall them after? If it was way easier, I would definitely be doing it, but I don't think so. There's some tinters that actually do it that way, and they have a nifty little setup. So it's, I don't know. It is something that some people do, but you need a dedicated setup for it. So what was cool is they had like almost like a drain underneath it, like a sink. And then they had like suction cups. So they pull the glass, put it on the suction cups like vertically, and it was pretty efficient. And you just learn how to remove door glass. I think, for me, the less that you take apart, I think the better. And when it comes down to it, like, I've spent so long tinting this way that this is the easiest way for me to tint anything. And I get a damn good result doing it. So taking apart the car and doing it that way seems like way overkill then at this point. That would take way longer. There's just more steps. Ooh, that is friggin' nice right there. Can you name cars that you have to take apart? Range Rovers, like the boxy Range Rover. I think that's I don't remember exactly what it's called, but just Range Rover. I don't know if they had any other names for it. But the boxy Range Rover has a really tight spot right here. So you either round the corner extra, or you can kind of pop the seal out of that. The Lexus IS and ES series, that's one that is well worth taking the seal out of, and it's pretty simplistic to do that one too, which is nice. Not a lot of other vehicles come to mind though, but I keep an eye out for the Lexus. Ford Transit? No, I leave those alone. Do the seals come out of those? I never tried. They've got like this big funny, so flat edge and a big funny curve. Yeah, I still two-stage and tuck it in. Tape the seals. What about a Ferrari? I haven't tinted one, so I don't know. I'd be way nervous on a Ferrari though if I had to take anything apart. Everything's way more expensive. There's a window tint, or there's a remote starter shop. They were doing a alarm install on a Ferrari. Unfortunately, they cracked the windshield. They had to have it shipped from overseas, and I think it was like $5,000 just for the windshield. I don't know. All in all, it was probably like a $10,000 mistake. $10,000 mistake versus just trying to tint the windows as is. I'm gonna just try and tint the windows as is. Have you ever put tints on a Veloster? I got a 2022N that I'm trying to get tinted. Yeah, I've done some Velosters. Not a 22 yet. I've only done a handful of Velosters. Weird car. Every window is different. But they weren't difficult to tint from a tinter perspective. Just one side had one door, the other side has two doors, and then they do a quarter window, and then the back glass was split into two. So weird. Live in Michigan, been thinking about coming to you. Yeah, swing on by, man. I mean, preferably not when I'm streaming, because I can't really talk. Oh, bringing the Veloster. Well, why wouldn't you? Veloster's a plotter car for sure. No double cutting. Yeah, no double cutting on that one. I'm trying to remember. So I did a couple of Kona ends. There was another. Oh no, it was an Elantra. So I did a Kona N. I did an Elantra N. I haven't done the Veloster N at this point. I like what they do to those series, though. It's nice. They have some fun. I just want to talk about differences between films. How about the difference from one roll of carpet shield to the next? It's the hardest window when tinting. It depends on the vehicle. Nowadays, it's more small quarter windows that drive me crazy than anything. Back windows, usually pretty straightforward. Door windows, depends on the car. Sometimes you can have some tighter seals. So it'll bounce back and forth between one or the other. But the one consistent thing that drives me crazy is the quarter windows. Panoramic sunroof. Oh, that would be a close second, yeah. Sunroofs are annoying for a whole different reason. They're just hard to get to. So as far as installing, not too bad. You are covering a lot of things up and you're going to take a shower while you're doing it. But some of them have like no tolerance on your cuts. And you're standing like up here trying to look over and you just can't get a good angle on it. You almost want to hang from the ceiling. Just like rappel down from the roof. That'd be the easiest way to look at it. New Explorer quarter windows are annoying. I know I've done them. I'm trying to remember because I remember the older quarter windows on the Explorer. And I posted a video on how to do those. I forgot what the newer ones are, but I think it might be the same process as the older ones. If you get dog hair under the film, can you clean it and reattempt it? Mostly no. If it's like one single big hair and you didn't have to tuck it into the sides, then so if it was on a windshield, I could peel the corner back and sneak that hair out. And you have like kind of a coin flip. Sometimes they turn out perfectly fine. Sometimes you get something else in it and then it gets worse. But if it's on a door window, no, you're better off just redoing the door. Unfortunately. So this is pretty good. Just ordered some film. Gonna try it myself. Good luck, man. I always appreciate when people try it out for themselves. Whether or not you really succeed at it, you learn a lot. There's like no harm in trying to teach yourself a skill. Are the roll sizes that you sell 100 inches or 100 feet? You know, I've been getting that question a lot. There's a video there too that talks about the roll sizes. They're 100 feet long. I think we have to make that clear because I've had that question like 5 times this week. And I hadn't had that question like hardly at all this year. So yeah, they're 36, like 20, 24, 36, 40, or sorry, I'm just multiplying. 40. So they're inches tall by 50 or 100 feet long. You're buying full rolls for cars, not just a little bit at a time. $36 by 25 feet. Yeah, you could do a couple cars off of that. I don't sell them that way, but yeah. Just to make that one clear, it's 50 feet. So if you want, like, if you're ordering ceramic, like buying a full roll of ceramic is definitely expensive. So the way I actually started carrying ceramic was only 50-foot rolls. I just needed some variety, and I was getting into it. That was when I was mobile. Because it's a lot fronting a couple grand and just sitting on inventory waiting for people to pick it up. Especially if you're new to selling it. Yeah, 25 feet, that's totally fine. So by full cars, I mean basically like the sides and the back, and that's like everything including the back window on average. You can do about 8 cars off of a 100-foot roll, so 4 cars off of a 50, 2-ish cars off of less, off of 25. You'll need about like 2.5 feet per door, like 2.5 to like up to 3 feet per door. 3 feet's a little long on some for sure, so kind of average that out. I ordered 40 by 15 for my Q50. Do you want to do anything else but the windshield, or you just want to do the windshield? Windshield would be about 4.5 to 5 feet worth of film. So out of the 15, just the windshield, about 3-ish times. Reminds me of the vinyl work I used to help my buddy out with. Yeah, vinyl's not too terribly far off. It's definitely a different process, but like, yeah. Films on cars. Yeah, we gotta specify. Oh, yeah, that's what's funny about black magic film, though, for sure. You'll spend way more on black magic film. That's what's really funny about it. They're making fantastic margins on that stuff, but you're only spending $20 on it at a time, so people then think it's cheap. And so, like, hey, I just need to get ceramic for like my front doors. What do I buy? Well, it's tougher. So you have retail and then you have distributors. That's just kind of how shops work, like for most products. So they don't want, like most companies don't want a consumer to be able to buy it at the company price, you know, because like the wholesale price. So there's certain minimums, and Geo is as low as 50-foot rolls, but they just don't do any smaller. Otherwise, you can go to a site called Tint Zoom, and they do sell it in shorter quantities for like kits and stuff. But they have a good partnership with that company to do kits. So you can still buy it in that way. But some brands are really like extra protective about that kind of stuff. Geo's kind of like floating in the middle. They want to make it available, but they do have a few little limits there. As far as the wet work and squeegee goes, the amount of detail you put into the window cuts and alignment, oof, thank you. As I drop a razor blade on the floor. Yeah, I always like look at every window like I want to try and do the next one better than the last one, so I'm always trying to like figure out what I can do to get it even closer. Got a pretty good process at this point. Okay, we need that 70, not 35. Because I did that dumb thing. So you'll notice a pattern with me. 35, unroll it on the car, set the roll down, don't always put it back in the box, and then I take the other roll, unroll it, cut that in half. And what slipped me up is when I had to pick up a roll again, and then I grabbed the 35, not even thinking about it. When you do something for so long, you develop these like little habits, and you do them basically the exact same way. And as soon as something kind of trips you up, gotta find that groove again. But yeah, that doesn't look like 70. Good times. I think the funniest for me when I really start to notice is limo. There's sometimes that I'll pick up a roll, cut out a door, and I'll finally think, I'm like, this seems kind of dark. And then I meter it, and it turns out to be limo. I'm like, oh, this is supposed to be 20. My bad. Certain Ferraris have thin windscreens to save weight. Yeah, you start getting into that kind of stuff too. So like on the one hand, I could see it from an owner's perspective of it. Like, hey, you know, it's a complicated thing for me to say. So when you have a more expensive car, you have more liability on the work. Sometimes a shop will just charge more because it is something like that, not because it's necessarily more work, but the work is kind of unique. So while you have people that have been, you know, I get 2 front doors on a Ferrari, how different are they from something else? It's hard to say until you really get into it, but you're at least going to want to try and cover your ass some. But whatever you price it at is not near going to be, if you make a mistake, that's bad enough to replace something. Dude, I'm in the same boat. Give me Toyotas and Hondas. Toyotas and Hondas all day. I'll switch that up with Chevys. Dude, I love doing basic cars all day long. They're so straightforward. You know exactly what you're getting into. It's still great money. Actually, it's like the same money. So, like, why wouldn't I want to tint basic cars all day? Having that super project on Saturday was great. I really enjoyed the variety of it, but it was also pretty straightforward as far as, like, specialty cars go. So I love where my business is at And I think I've stayed in this range for so long, too. It's kind of funny. Like, there's Ford and Chrysler and Dodge around here. So I generally get a lot of trucks or stuff in that range, like Blazers and F-150s and Rams and all that. Like, that's super common for me to see all the time. And I'm more than happy to do it. They're so straightforward. Do you know any residential brands or sites? Yeah, check out Sun Distributing. They sell architectural film now. GeoShield also has architectural film as well. I'm not the guy to talk about that kind of stuff, though, because I just don't know a lot. What I've heard is heat absorption is what you need to watch out for, and that's why you can't do automotive or like really dark shades sometimes on houses that are facing the sun because the glass will crack. I thought it was a glue thing, but it turns out it's not. It mainly has to do with heat absorption. So, is Autobahn good? Yeah, I've heard great things. I haven't used them, but I've heard great things. So, I mean, I'm guessing they're good. That was a company I still don't know very much about. I've heard them pop up a lot more. They're doing some really creative marketing things, which is super cool to see. I just don't know much about them other than I think they're also Hooper. That's about as much as I know. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know much else about it. They just seem to be doing some really cool stuff lately. Who pays better, dealers or customers? Dealers want a deal. Okay, so there's a couple of different ways to look at it. Most dealerships, so like nobody's on one program. I've had both completely suck and both be awesome. Dealers are more numbers oriented. Shops, like you can be in a shop that just has a good customer base that's more quality oriented. Like everybody's price oriented to a point. But on average, you'll walk into dealerships and they're busy doing a bunch of other stuff. They're trying to sell $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 cars, and you're trying to come in and do jobs for like pennies. They're adding like what's a couple $100. Like they don't care as much about that unless they can make a good chunk off of that. So they'll take your work and then they'll hike up the price. I've seen as high as like $1,000 on a set of doors. And they'll definitely try and get it as cheap as possible because, again, they're all numbers oriented. So as low as they can get you to do it and as high as they can sell it for, that's what they're after. So some of it is just a selling tactic. You know, if they pre-outfit it with tint or the customer goes, hey, I want tint, they don't want to send it to someone else. They want to be the resource. They want to be able to just take care of their customers entirely. So that's another reason they're going to do it. It's definitely worth trying to arrange something at certain dealerships and know if they're just not worth the time. You're just going to cut them off. But just because a dealership doesn't mean that you need to go more wholesale. Sometimes you'll find the right dealership. I think Tint Squad was doing this. They were just charging their retail to the dealership, and then the dealership would turn around and sell it for more. How does the lifetime warranty work? Oh, it's if there's a problem with the film that's just kind of from natural causes, so it's been on the vehicle as there's a bubble, fade, or peel. The shop is who you're going to want to go back to, and then the shop then is going to want to contact the company, and depending on the company, they'll have different arrangements. Some will cover the whole cost, including labor. Most companies cover at least up to a certain amount on the vehicle. So like if you have a whole car fail, a lot of them will do like $200. So sucks a little bit on both ends for that one, but it's better than nothing. There we go. Oh, that's looking good. That is real good. Cool. So we can put this one in. Do you give a lifetime for dealers? How does that work? What do you mean? So like, if you're ordering GeoShield film and you have GeoShield fail a couple years down the road, GeoShield's gonna help resolve that problem. That's how that one works. With Tint slowing down, what's your advice to stay afloat during this time? I mean, focus on things that you completely left aside while it was busy. So whether that be making videos, posting, learning advertising, doing paid advertising, lowering, just throwing a whole bunch of stuff out here. Some people run specials in the wintertime. They're a little bit more attractive. And then another thing is, if you have your own shop, I mean, you don't have to only tint at your own shop. There's other companies that are still pulling in cars, and you could easily partner up with another shop in your area and then start doing some of their cars in the wintertime. I don't mean just tint shop. I mean, like, I generally not even talking about tint shops. I'm talking about like other businesses that are still doing cars. There's customization shops, there's audio shops that are doing remote starts. Like there's lots of there's glass shops. There's lots of associated businesses. And there's no reason you can't walk into any one of them and try and arrange something, especially during the slower times. You have a skill set, put it to work. That's what I did for the Oh, that's an interesting question. Who do you write a warranty to? So if you tint a car for a dealership, who do you write the warranty for? I think it's less of a concern. You can let the dealership know and what I would do is I would keep track of the vehicles that you tinted for that dealership down to the VIN number. Take a picture of the VIN number, record it, and then you could let them know if there's a problem with the vehicle to have the customer let you know. They're going to lose track, and as long as you have it in your system, then you're going to know. But by and large, we would just go tint for the dealerships. They would sell it to the customer, and then it was up to the dealership then to take care of it if there was an issue. Because we were like running around from dealership to dealership. That was part of the business, but it wasn't a huge concern. Because the way the dealership looks at it, it's not a problem until it's knocking on their door that it's a problem. So like all these like things that could happen in the future, they're just kind of like, yeah, whatever. They'll deal with it when it's a problem. So it's not a problem to me either. It's their customer. They can take care of it however they want. what you call a learning experience. Facebook is where I get most of my business. How do I get in the higher? How do I get in the higher the Google searches when people look up window tint? So organically, it's a slow grind, or you can just pay for advertising. So off of Google, you're definitely going to want to have your own website put together, and then you are going to want to hire an ad agency or learn everything yourself. And what they're going to do is they're basically going to figure out keywords that people are looking for, and the good agencies are going to be pretty scrappy about how they figure out what keywords look best. It's just a money game. So there's other businesses, they all want to pop up on search. They're all basically bidding to pop up near the top, and whoever spends the most in that second then gets to show their site to the customer. There's a cost to that, and there's also a cost when the customer clicks on it. And so it's just a numbers game. It'll cost you try and get those customer acquisition costs lower and lower. And the better ad agencies that you have, and the less people that are using those keywords, it's just pouring gasoline on the fire. Funnel all that potential business to you. Why you're going to want a good website too is like all you're doing is you're paying for the traffic to get shuffled in your direction. And so you want a good put together website and then you need that website to make your business look attractive enough for them to then call you, because at the end of the day, you're still trying to convince people to come to your business. Tint World opened up a mile away from me, and I think it slowed down a little bit this year. Right now, I'm dead in the water. Phone quit ringing after Friday. They're running paid ads now. Yeah, that's good business right there. Tint World is first and foremost like a branding / franchise company. So they have smart people that look at ads and stuff like that. One of their weak points is that they are a franchising company. So they're going to be a resource to help get whoever bought the franchise up and running. But man, it's a tough game for them to find good quality people too. The work isn't good for the customers that came to me to fix it. So then start taking pictures of the work that you've been fixing and run that as an ad against Tint World. There's always a creative way to spin things. Also TikTok and other platforms like that. Man, I'd just take pictures of all the hack jobs that a company is doing and then post about it. I don't want to be assassinated. Well, then you got to be creative in some other ways. I think it's just smart business. But I get it. I don't do that about certain things, but I want to. How do you know what agency to use? I pay for ads now. It works on Facebook, but I have 8 other places who tint though. I'm higher on Facebook polls, but Google space. I think it's just trying different agencies out until you find somebody that seems to be working well for you. I don't have a good answer for you. I'm in the same boat. If I was to pay an agency, I don't know exactly who to start with. But I would try and learn what they're doing so I can better evaluate it myself too. And I used to look into this, so I look up a lot of stuff about anything that I'm interested in doing. So for a little while, I was thinking about moving into that whole space. I was thinking about becoming like a digital ad company. So I learned a lot about it, but I never went as far as taking a course on it. So a lot of it is really just creative keywords and having something that stands out and is interesting. So you're just not spending a lot of money. You're not spending a ton of money to try and acquire the same customers. You're always trying to get that cost down. But with so many different ways to place ads nowadays, you can do a YouTube ad, you can do a banner ad, you can do text ads in Google search, which are probably the most effective. Then it's tough. Trial and error, see what they're doing and figure out how you can best evaluate it. Is Tint worth it to a city who hasn't evolved very much? I use Square for appointments and rarely I get bookings. I want a website, but I don't want to waste time and money on that. You're looking at it wrong. So Tintwiz is probably not going to be worth the money for you to spend on, but what they are really good at that I use them for is proposals. So every dollar is super important to you. And when you're a growing business, you got some extra money to spend on different things. But where you're looking at it wrong is, I don't want to waste money on a website. Well, then how are people supposed to find you? A good website is like a good storefront. It's actually better. The best ads for me are the printed mail ones that go to old people with money. They don't cost much to run, and competitors aren't doing it. Marketing's always evolving, and yeah, you're super smart to do that. Anytime people leave one medium to go to another one, the landscape starts to change. So yeah, that's super smart. Because you're right, old people generally have, a lot of old people generally have more money, and they read stuff like that. So as long as you make it attractive to them, next thing you know, that's where your business comes from. I mean, it was like this the early days of the internet. All right, let me go over to the computer, and we'll arrange some stuff. Yeah, it's all advertising, but the thing about advertising is that creativity is the biggest question mark. So wherever more people are, you look in the other direction and double down sometimes on that, and then you can do better and pay less because there's less people doing that. There's not as much competition. As soon as everybody is making Instagram posts are not as valuable because that market gets thinner and thinner. So it's always looking for little niches and stuff, and you're right. I would not look at printed advertisements at all. And it's kind of a dead medium. But if you figure out that right way to do it, and it's hitting the clientele that you like, then all of a sudden it's a no-brainer for you. It's cheap to do. Nobody else is doing it. And then you look at it like, why is nobody else doing it? Well, that's why it's working really well. What is this? This is a crew. Back window's going to be the same, though. Thankfully, it's the, it's going to be this power slider, right? Yeah. Left piece slider. Oh, this one's not the power slider. So this is the power slider. Hang on, let me check. I'm like 99% sure it is. Yep. Okay. Just making sure. So that's that one. And then we'll do the right one, because that's probably all we're going to be able to fit on a 70 power. So that's this one here. And then hopefully these work out. We got a 36-inch tall roll. Can we fit another one? No, didn't think so. I could do these sideways too. I don't care that much. We'll just do this and then see what happens. Yeah, other shops started to do videos when I posted my ad, and I got good results from them. Yep. Always takes, like, you'll see, it'll always take a little time for other people to catch up, but eventually, when something's working really well, other companies will catch on to a point. And then you don't have to change what you do, but what you do then starts to get a little bit more expensive. Why does everybody think they can be tinters? It isn't as easy as it looks. Well, I think you just hit the nail on the head there. If it looks easy and it makes good money, people are going to try it. I still think anybody can be a tinter, but you got to have the patience for it. Not everybody is cut out for this. If you would have put the flat side together, 3 would have fit. Oh, dang. Would it? I guess I should have tried that, huh? I was never super good at Tetris. Is the Workhorse 2 worth it in your opinion? With the price jump, I don't think it's worth it quite as much. I think it's a solid machine. The build quality is a cool thing, but there's still, like, I'd probably just buy the Workhorse 1. All right, so this is gonna go on that one. Last I looked, it was like 22, which for a plotter is not super expensive, but the difference from the Workhorse 1 to the Workhorse 2 is more in, like, the frame and the, like, overall build quality. But as far as all the cuts and stuff, like, the motors are still great. It just, the Workhorse 1 just doesn't look as appealing. The Workhorse 3, whenever that comes out, they're making, they're actually designing a plotter for window tinting on the cheap end. That'll be worth it, whatever they're charging for that one. But I suck at making content, but customers seem to like my pictures, walk around videos and reviews. I did a time lapse of a crew cab that got some likes and a few jobs from it. Keep doing that. Like, going too hard into production, like, you don't need an intro. Intro is kind of going to get you skipped over nowadays. Like, look at Look at what's on TikTok. TikTok is just, it's more about the story. It's more snappy. A lot of TikTok videos are very rough. You don't need to get a super great camera. You can run it 100% off of your phone. People just like interesting things. Plus the platforms already downgrade the quality of whatever you're posting by like a significant margin anyways. So yeah, you can do everything off of a phone. Just try, learn from what you're doing, see what works, and just double down on what you're doing. What's the highest quality tint a consumer can buy? That's an interesting question. I mean, you're going to be buying more of it, but you can buy Geo, you can buy Tint Depot, Sun Distributing. You can buy film from all those places. You don't have to have a dedicated business to do it. A lot of the other ones, you have to set up accounts and stuff. 313tint.com. Sun Distributing. Tint Depot. I skip all the YouTuber intros. A lot of time I skip the most replayed section if they're too long. That's what's really been messing with my head when I make a video. Because like there's two parts. Here's what really sucks. A YouTube video, really, for it to make sense as a YouTube video, needs to be about 8 to 20 minutes long. Like you could go longer, but there's so many things that don't need an 8 to 12 minute video to get your point across. So then you're having to do filler and all this other stuff, and I hate it. But yeah, intros, like there's all this extra information that gets thrown into video, and people feel like they need cool intros. I stopped doing intros a long time ago. They're cool. They just make the creator feel special. Everybody skips them. I'd argue they're not even very good for branding. They're just filler that people skip. Everything's so easily skippable. People just want you to get right into the thing that you're going to talk about. You don't need as much exposition or anything. So what I've learned actually a lot from TikTok is how to abbreviate a lot more stuff, but it is a little bit frustrating when it comes to making a video because there's extra things that I always feel like I have to say, but then it just kind of drags on and gets boring to like a wider audience. So I have a lot easier time, like most of what I have to say is in a 3 to 5 minute Facebook video. Vertical video. It's very not YouTube. And if I post it on YouTube, it shows. It's kind of frustrating. So like YouTube, and most of the other things, okay, why not turn it into short? Shorts are only a minute long. They can't be any longer. So it's too long for a short. It's too short for a video. I really wish there was something in between. And there seems to be something in between on all the other platforms. Just not YouTube. So then I go back to doing these long format live streams because they're at least more fun to hang out and talk. Ooh, is this good? Look at that. Have you heard of Solar Free? Yeah, I don't know anything about them, though. Do Reels? Yeah, I gotta post them in Reels. That is something that I do have to do. Oh, damn. That's a chunker. Bet you that chunker just destroyed my whole window. How do you get that? There's no space. Frustrating. We'll try. Reels are pushed. Yeah, because they want people to use it. It's pretty nice. Ooh, we might have got it. We'll see. Oh, fuck. Yeah, probably have to cut this one back out again. That's okay. It's almost. It's a little bit up there now. Yeah, we'll just redo it. It's not a hard window to redo. What side is this? The opposite side. So now I gotta remember which side that is. So when I cut it back out, I'm not cutting the same side twice. Oops, where's my... I think it's this one. I think we'll do that one. And then we can also get this square boy here. All right, let's make sure this plotter is good. It's hard to find somebody to do tint around me. It's a good opening to then do it yourself. Yeah, that's all good. I think I gotta keep track of time. I still got a 2 o'clock coming in. So we got this back window left, and then we'll do the full windshield here. Let's get that sprayer. Or we'll just pull that in and do that, and then get back to this one. We'll just see where we're at. But he's gonna be waiting, I think, at 2 o'clock. I wasn't expecting that. There we go. It's a good website platform to use for tint. What do you mean? Like a small business? Mine's on Wix. Wix is a pretty flexible builder. I usually do most of what I want to do myself, though. So that's why I like them. They have a really intuitive web builder, but I'm gonna switch that over. There's a company I have in mind that I'm gonna have do mine. But yeah. Oh, so back to like a different conversation that we were having. There was somebody that said they don't. Oh yeah, it was you. You said that. Yeah, so you can do everything off of Wix. There's a lot of web builders. Wix had a really intuitive page designer. So nowadays, what you're gonna do is you're gonna start off with a template, and then you add the pictures to that template. So that makes it a lot easier. You add the text, you add the pictures, you can arrange different elements. And they overall give you like a nice aesthetic. So it looks like you didn't just type it up in HTML and just like, hello world. But the reason I'm gonna now have somebody do mine is or there's one company that I have in mind, is the one big thing that you need to keep in mind is just having a pretty website doesn't necessarily get you traffic. Having the right information on your website gets you a lot more traffic, because what people do is they go to Google, they search things like, what are the tint laws? What percentages look good on my car? And other things. Like, too many people approach it from the perspective that the customer already knows everything about tint, and they just need to be available and want to be the first one to show up when somebody's looking for tint. What you really should consider for your site is designing it with elements that help teach people about what you're doing and why you do it. Because if they're looking up the state laws and they've learned that from your site, and oh, you're a full service tinter, and oh, you're in my area and you look pretty friggin' legit, I'm probably gonna go to you. So keep all that stuff in mind, and that's why it is 100%, like, it's what threw me off about some of the other comments. That was like, I don't want to waste money on putting a site together. It's like, that's how you shoot. Oh yeah, this one goes on there. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by some comments too. But like, that's why getting a site made is not, you're not wasting money. It's how people find you. It's one of the most powerful ways that people find you. So up front, it's hard to understand how much return you're going to get on it, but there's a reason why everybody's got a website. It's because when I go on my phone and I find you on maps, and I'm like, oh, they look interesting. Let me click through to their website. And then you just don't have a website, then that's already kind of like a, all right, well, I guess I'll look at somebody else too and see how they compare. But I could easily go to your website and then just get wrapped up in learning about the services that you offer, and then I'm sold. But it's definitely not going to be, it's not going to be an immediate thing. Oh God, we're getting spam. Good timing, spammer. Ranking is a slow process. So you speed it up by them paying for ads. Ads funnel people to that information, and then that's where you really start to grow on top of it. Oh yeah, I put it over there. I forgot. Let me just get this one installed. There we go. That's what diversified my business. Nobody sold ceramic where I live. I'm gonna move to Detroit just to work with you. Oh, they can't hire you. Then I gotta feed you. You get expensive. Shops around here are installing carbon for 150, going down to 120. Yeah, and they'll keep going down. How do you... Okay, so cheap people don't want to pay higher prices. Well, either you got to explain why it's worth it and go in the opposite direction, and maybe there's... I mean, I don't believe this fully. This is short, man. I gotta make this bigger. God damn it. Why do I not like the plotter all the time? Because I don't know about this until I get it installed. I have it tilted up. I just need to make it a little bigger. Slightly wider. It's usually pretty good about a back window. That one was not. So let's go waste some more film. Okay, cool. I don't want to get rid of this yet. I'll just leave it like this. That's fine. So I'm going to edit this pattern. Edit template. This is one that makes perfect sense to make a little bit wider here. So then, I don't know, 1/4 inch is pretty wide, 1/8 of an inch. That should be good. Just a hair wider. Can I like copy and paste? Ugh, maybe not. All right, we'll just cut and then figure out if there's any problems. How do I charge more? We have to attract different people. You're just attracting the people that don't want to pay very much money. I mean, I think part of this is also... I think some of it has to do with area, but more of it has to do with the way you're educating people and the types of people that you're attracting. Because that's something that I would hear all the time. There was people that, you know, there were some sales guys that say, hey, we're on the wrong side of the road. That's why we have to charge $200. And it's like, bullshit. I can go down the road a half mile in the other direction, like you said, and they're charging like double what you're charging. It's not always a clear-cut answer. But sorry, I'm listening to other stuff too. What you are doing though is attracting the wrong types of people, and generally that means you have to invest in your own business on ways to, like, a good website, good information, raise your prices. Because it works in both directions. Like, nobody's gonna spend over this amount on window tint, and it's like, bullshit. There's people that drive any number of quality of vehicles. There's cheap cars and there's expensive cars, and there's reasons why people like more expensive cars. What they don't understand is the value. Or the people that are coming to don't understand the value, and they might not have the money to do that. Oh, fuck, did I do the same one? God damn it. I knew it. Hang on. We're having a real bad day on a plotter now. You want to get rid of a lot of 70% ceramic? Today is that day. I just resized the wrong... Nobody caught that one. Fucking plotters, man. Alright, let me bring up the other one. Left. Power. Edit template, then I have to click this. Oh wait, no, I want to do the other way. Edit template, click this side. Okay, there we go. Now we should work. I had shops around here that told me I couldn't sell ceramic. I proved them wrong, so I started selling it, and they undercut me by 75 to 100. Yeah, but you don't even have a website. This is what I'm saying. You guys are all selling the same way. So if you're only as good as the product that you carry, then you need to rethink more about your business and invest in other things. Like, weren't you just telling me how you didn't want to invest in a website? So you can't just charge more and expect to get it. That's not how this works. You have to provide a better experience as a whole, and you need to attract people that appreciate that kind of stuff. And, you know, much as I've seen some people say that they hate Google and whatever people's opinions about finding your shop and I wish things were back to the 90s when word of mouth was more popular, blah, 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 blah. So you just gotta embrace the game. I have a Facebook. Everybody has a Facebook. It's free. Oh my God. I have a Facebook, that's about it. Only shop with 5 stars around Facebook. All of them are basically waiting on calls. Wow, so it sounds like there's like 50 other avenues to pick up more business. So if nobody else, Google is the most powerful search engine. Sounds like there's a lot of missed opportunity for all you guys. I mean, I'm a little more surprised right now to like hear, oh, people are only paying this amount, and oh, I don't have a website. It's like, dude, you got a whole lot of stuff that you can do. Just look up what other shops even outside your area are doing, and be what they're doing. Yay, the pattern fits now. The power of TikTok can take your business to the next level. Any of the platforms can. The platforms are a way for you to showcase a creative and interesting look on the things that you do, and that's why they work so well. People go there for entertainment and learning, and then when you're the person that does it, which is a big reason why everybody's here, Can you resize the window by percentage? I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure I can just decide to make it bigger if I want to. Being a good salesman is arguably more important than the work that you do. Being a good sales, having a good presentation. I mean, and it works. Just look at how many people ask about certain brands of film that have never seen them in person. Why do you think that is? It's all marketing. So much of everything is all marketing and the way you present it. That's why you wonder how so many shit shops exist, because they maybe do a halfway decent job on marketing themselves, and they talk about themselves like they know everything, and then they put out shit work. Then people find out the hard way. But with enough new people, it doesn't matter. All right, let's see. Let's see what we're gonna get off of this one. So yeah, as far as editing the patterns, the most that I ever do to edit is like if everything looks like it's gonna line up well, I'll make it a little wider. I'll make it a little taller. I'm not gonna edit the contours or anything like that. This one lines up pretty freaking good.
Reverse super chatted $9.99. Sorry for all the questions, Matt. I appreciate your input. Your videos and lives have helped my business outgrow all the ones around me, even without a website. Haha, we'll get one now.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Reverse, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate that. No, you're more than welcome to ask any questions. That's why I like doing these. Lots of questions, create discussions, and figure out how to be a better business as a whole. That's good. So I've learned quite a lot, and I'm always learning new, interesting things. But yeah, when it comes to growing your own business, it's good that you have an open mind about it. It's like when you're doing what everybody else is doing, you have to be more creative on finding ways to stand out. So years ago, not everybody was doing Facebook ads and stuff like that. And then as it becomes an easy, popular thing to do, everybody does it. And then they become less valuable. That's what we were talking about earlier. You have to look into other things that people aren't doing and do those things. And the marketing landscape is always changing. So back in the day, when Google advertising was just becoming a thing, you know, and you'd pay a penny, 2 pennies, or whatever to get placed higher up, and like everybody's like, oh, I don't use that. It's like there's dumb public opinion, and then the more positive everybody outlooks on it, the more people are using it, the more expensive it becomes. Tacoma owner here. Oh, that weird keypad on the windshield? I've never run into that. Thankfully, I haven't. I think you have to cut around it. I don't know, though. I've seen it posted. I haven't had a chance to look at one in person. This one does not have it. This one had enough other stuff for me to take off the windshield. All right, I'll put those there. Hang on, I gotta readjust this. This is getting annoying. Check the battery too. Canon. Whoa. Oh my god. I still gotta do the windshield on this thing. No shops around here use Facebook. That's so weird. So like, I'll be honest, I don't use Facebook a ton. I'm way more into YouTube and Google My Business and stuff. It's generally how more people find local businesses around here. But there's still plenty of business to be had. Like, I have a Facebook. I just don't post there as much. But yeah, like, they're all just avenues to be found. And everybody is paying attention to their own things that they like. So some people will be hanging out on Facebook. They'll come across a referral from somebody that talked about your business. Next thing you know, they're calling you. There's some people that are like, I don't know where to go. I don't know about anybody that's gotten tint. I'm just going to go on Maps and start searching. I'm going to go on Google and start searching. Like, these are all just different ways to be found. And then from there, you want a good way to show them why they should pick your business. The more professional you look, the more they're willing, the right person is then willing to go out on a limb and try your business. The easier ones are like direct referrals from people, because if you then really took care of that person that came in, they tell friends and family, then all of a sudden like, oh, hey, you know, I never thought about getting my car tinted, but I like yours and you had a good experience. Where they're not going to go look for anywhere else. Not unless you're just way too expensive for their budget, but that's different. All right. Wow, this has some twists, man. All right. Let's get some sheets. Smack that on the window. Let that dry. We should have done this earlier if we're going to do that, so let me change up. I'm going to do dry shrink prep instead. Back window, good. We're on to the front windshield. Oh, shit. Does it make a difference if I use gain versus bounce? Maybe. I haven't used gain, but so I wouldn't really know until I tried them, but probably it'll be okay. There's just a time that we used some really cheap ones. So we used like generic Meyer ones, and at the time they were just like really terrible. So some are good, some are not as good. And I definitely have not tried a whole range of them. How many cars can one glass aid do? So it's a 100-foot roll. So about 10 cars. Where is my 70? Oh, my poor 70 today. That roll got lighter pretty freaking quick on this car. All right, so this is just setting up. I think I have an appointment in like 15 minutes. It's just to strip and retint one window off of a Bentley. You guys might remember that from Saturday. Use Sam's brand because I'm cheap. Hey, if it works for the job, I mean, nobody's going to care the type of dryer sheet that you use as long as they work. I buy Costco towels. They work great. They're the don't do too much shopping around for towels. Costco is definitely like the best value that I've come across outside of like, I don't know, I haven't tried Sam's Club, but I've heard similar things. Okay. Windshield. What? Slip in an extra 20 for the shop supplies to cover your film. That should be covered in what you charge. It's, oh, hey, I made more mistakes on this vehicle, so my margins weren't as good as if I made 0 mistakes. It happens. But I also got some super chats, too, so, like, there's that. What was the first car you tinted? On my own, it was one of the bubbly rounded Tauruses. Took me 6 hours. I remember that one. That car was just not even a fun car to do anyways. We used to get those a lot, though. Whenever it was a Taurus, it was like, oh, is it the nude style? No, it's the bubbly round one. Ah, shit. Yeah, not fun. I had training beforehand, before even getting into that car. But that I remember. Ugh. I remember doing that from the very beginning. Or, I mean, I wouldn't have done that very well in the very beginning. It was after some practice and training and stuff. Any experience on fixing a scratched glass? I mean, I think just replacing it is probably your best option. I hear stuff, but I haven't really seen anything. I remember like years ago, I was just visiting around some shops with my dad, and then they had to pick up basically a DA glass polishing kit, and then they tried for like over an hour to try and lighten up a tint scratch, and they weren't able to do it. I don't know how much better that kind of stuff has gotten since then, but kind of like retinting a window might be worth it to try, but I don't know. I try and use things that I don't have that risk anymore. Glass is too prone to scratching. That sucks though. Definitely been there. That's why I don't understand, like, so maybe it's just a loss of perspective if they're not really paying attention or their shops are dirty and they don't see it. It's an interesting topic, but make sure your blades are sharp, make sure you don't use a lot of pressure, make sure you cut at a very low angle, unless you're just cutting differently. What car do you... Oh, what window do you hate to tint the most? Yeah, C6 is definitely up there. I just hate not knowing. I think that's what drives me the most crazy. It's like on windows where, like, I know I'm getting into a really difficult vehicle. So a C6 is a good example of that. C6s are definitely not fun. They're in that range of like vehicles that I should have no problem doing, but then sometimes I still have problems doing it. Just don't get them very often. That's what I think I noticed the most. It's like you get used to tinting modern glass, and then you get something that's like super bubbly and weird and just way out of your norm. So it's like, it's not that you suck as a tinter, it's that you just don't get it very often. But it's easier with film like that. Yeah, use any advantage that you can. Pro Nano is really, really nice. I'm really surprised how quick this stuff can shrink. That's more happy coincidence than anything, though. They sent this out for a video a long time ago. And, like, at the time, the ceramics that I were using, they shrank fine. They were just slow. And so I was going to do a video on shrinking ceramic versus regular film. And then I started shrinking this stuff, and I'm like, this stuff goes down way faster than what I'm used to. And his response was, yeah, it's a hell of a film. It's like, yeah, okay. Everyone needs a challenge now and again. Yeah. I'll do more challenges off camera than on camera, though. For sure. I don't get them all that often, but there's some things I need to just like 100% focus on doing, and it's going to take me enough time anyways, and then trying to stream it on top of doing it. It's a real hard thing to do. I think that's my 2 o'clock there. Hey, I'll be right with you. I think that's my one window I gotta go do. He's most likely gonna be waiting. Best not to do the pain in the ass stuff. That's just like, it will genuinely take a long time to do. And then putting a headset on to do it doesn't make it easier. So altogether, it just becomes a huge problem. Like getting in and out of the car to do a windshield is like, this is no joke. It's big, it's annoying. You just get used to it after a while. Oh, I think this stuff slid on me. So let's cut there. Let's cut there. Right up to there. Okay, cool. This is going to be a little fun to try and... Go back around. Just did a $2 Ultima full tint, 15 back window, 6-inch. Oh, yeah, the big dot matrix. Sounds like a car that would be on. Nobody ever asked about what that is until they run into that problem. It's called Dotrix, D-O-T-R-I-X. And it's nice to have around in a pinch like that. And that's exactly what I would have done for a situation like that if the tint just isn't sticking up in a heavy, real heavy dot area. Then you got to figure out another way to do it. You know, some people will use a clear glue. I'd look for like a Scotch or like 3M Scotch one. Just something that's going to be better than the really cheap Elmer's glue. You'd be much better off. Have you heard the SAM issues on the Mercedes? Yes, I have. We just had a Mercedes in here, but I don't think it had that module. Put towels down. Be a little careful. I mean, to me, it's no more surprising than the Rams. I can't tell you how many shops still don't do the Rams because, oh, they screwed it up. They never learned how to fix it. Put out a bunch of videos, always talk about it. You know, it'd be the same thing with the C300s. If I can get to the module and cover up where the water is coming from, then you just fix your issues and you can tint them no problem. If you feel like you covered everything up and then you had an issue after that, well then, yeah, I wouldn't do one either. But I would take a good look. I'd take on the job, pull it in, take a good look at it, or at least let them know, like, hey, bring it on in, and I'll see what I can do about it. People are saying that they're still doing that and it's still happening. Well, then it's probably a different module. Or they aren't covering it up enough. Like, water's getting there from somewhere, so if people can't figure out how it's happening, then it's probably more difficult to cover. I'm gonna remove the unit. I mean, that's definitely a way to do it. All right, hang on, Canon. I gotta pull this vehicle in, so hang tight. Thinking. What do we do? Do we back this one up and then do it here? Probably the best route. It's just all situated. Hang on. GoPro. All right, let me, I think I'm gonna back this one up just a little bit here. Keys right there, cool. And then we'll pull in that one. So this one will just get put on hold for a little bit. We're about to do the windshield, it's just this is gonna be a quicker in and out. And then we'll do this after. I'm just running a little behind on this one. So I don't wanna run the, I don't wanna rush the windshield. Let me put those wipers down too. Oh yeah, and it's a manual. I like manuals. Manuals are fun. Double stack jobs. Yeah, I don't do this on purpose. It just kind of happened. Yeah, that's down. All right, cool. The good old days. Make sure auto wipers aren't. They do. So I'm just gonna park that right back here. That's why I bought it. It's because it's a manual. There aren't very many to pick from. Cool. I like when I have space. We're gonna leave that there. Put the keys back up here. I'll run out. This is where the camera's gonna go funny for sure. Wow, I had way more space than I thought. So bright, you guys can't see anything. Oh, what? Oh, they did a terrible job on that windshield. That's a real bad windshield. You guys might be able to see the dirt. From here, it's just nothing but speckles. Oh, it's fucking awful. And that's what we're fixing over there. This isn't my job. What's that? Why is that where you would use the key without the push button? Because there's a push button here. Somebody explain that one to me. this one set. Bro threw pocket sand before installing. You're doing the small window too? No, just the peely one. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, he bought it like this. Here, it's the rest of it actually. It doesn't look terrible. This is especially not pretty. It's like probably got to turn off a fan. It's just a Chrysler 300. Okay, real talk, it definitely gives me Chrysler 300 vibes. I don't know how similar it actually is to 300, but it definitely gives me 300 vibes. You're right up there. Is that like 15 on the windshield? I'm not sure. I know the door metered at like 20, so we're just doing 20 over the side. But yeah, it's a shame to see some British dude is rolling around in his grave right now. That's hilarious. So yeah, as far as all this goes, this is a very normal window for me right now. Felt seals. Pretty normal. Strip and redo the window. I was really surprised about this sheer amount of crap was on the windshield though, because that makes it difficult to see out of. It's not like a couple little speckles. It really is like somebody said. It's like this thing got in a fist fight. And somebody was like, you know, down here, and they the little sand trick. Ah, my eyes. All right, first up, we got to do a removal. So, if I'm doing a removal, I don't have time to wait around for a steamer to heat up. Ooh, that's a pretty gap. I'd say our standards are pretty low on this one. But we're still going to do a damn good job on it. Make the rest of the car look terrible in comparison. Oh, and it's this type of stuff. I like this type of stuff. Every once in a while, a removal goes like this. And it's such a happy time when it does. Put a little heat on it, this stuff wants to fall off the window. No, I do use steamers. But I always check it, or at least do the door windows first with a heat gun. It's just, this is way faster, and it's gonna perform really similar to a steamer on a door window. Use a heat gun, warm it up, pull it off. If it leaves some glue behind, scrape it off with a blade. Oh my god, this stuff is rubber. Ew. This stuff almost, not quite as bad. This stuff straight up almost feels like the static cling film. Yeah, it almost feels like that. So this also has that reflective layer laminated in between the film and the glass. So that's what he was wondering, I think, the most about. So we were going to match the shade, and from the outside, you're still going to get the same effect. Yeah, that stuff is junky. So this will probably be a pretty quick one window retint. These are my favorite retints to get, because then there's just, where you're going to spend the most time is just removing the glue. Static cling film with that Grand Canyon gap, straight quality. You know, part of being a good tinner, I guess this doesn't mean I'm a good tinner or not. I wonder, should I leave the same gap so it matches, or should I just make it look better? I'm gonna make it look better, but like there's that part of me that's, you know, kind of want to make it look the same, because then it's not going to stand out. I'm now slightly concerned with how this is going to look from the inside, but not much I can do about that one. I never match them. I do them better so they know what's up. Yeah. Oh, they just left the sticker on here. Tint straight over it. See, now you wonder what shop got the opportunity to do something like this. It's marketing, price, and convenience. It's not about being the best work always. Just kind of funny how this one worked out. Yeah, this is very much like being at the glass shop again. That's why, like, taking in something like this is all well and good. Where's my good knife? Did it fall? Did it fall out in the taco? Let me check really quick. Could have been from out of state, too. Who knows? Oh, God. Where'd my green boy go? Bummer. I set it down somewhere. Oh, maybe it's... I don't know. Hey, can you toss me one of the green knives?
Oh, green knife?
The green knife, yeah. I don't know where mine is, so I'm gonna steal this one. Oh, do you have those the clay bars and the rolls packed up ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, things are definitely gonna run a little late for me today, so you can always run all that to the post office, and I think we'll probably be good for today.
How's the take-home then?
Well,
Do you want this in one of the boxes, or
huh?
do you want like this in one of the boxes?
Yeah, just toss it in on top. That'll be fine. Advertise paint any car for $99. Then proceed to not tape everything off. You don't know until the work's done. You could probably do a $99 shop and just tint on the outside and call it a day. Would you say tinting the back doors of Taco is hard? The hardest thing was getting the cuts right on that. They're a little extra rounded on the sides and towards the top, but once you have the right size pattern, it's pretty straightforward. It's very much in line with like even this Bentley here. It's very similar. Same process. Probably a little easier on that one though. All right, so that's all ready to go. Because this was tinted, I'm just gonna razor it off one more time. Yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of a color difference between the two, but I don't have anything that's gonna match that. So this really just has like a deeper top seal here, or side seal. So it should be pretty easy going. Once we get it tucked in. Yuck. Use milk. No, milk will be clearer. I already tested that. Milk dries clear. Go figure. All right. So that corner there presses in. I should have rolled this down probably a little more, but a little back and forth, a little up, down, up, down. There we go. Good, good, good. What is that? 350. God, that microphone is really annoying sometimes. 350 for ceramic on a Sierra for tint all the way around. Is that too cheap? With a windshield or without a windshield? When we were first getting into ceramic, we were happy to get like 350 for all the sides and the rear. That was kind of like, whoa, we can charge 350? And for some people, it's like they just started charging even more than that. Well, like just different businesses, like they're obviously charging more than that. But at the time, it was like it was a new thing for us. So we were digging out of tinting cars for like. Did this thing shut off? I think so. We were tinting cars for like, God, at the time, 160, 180. And I was pushing to get higher prices, but you know, we weren't even doing that much volume at the time, but like more expensive was in the realm of like $250. And so when it came with ceramic and we were talking about the heat lamp and a different way of showing people, that was all new ground for us. And we didn't have a lot of examples of other people doing it. Like there's a little bit in other states, but not really around where we were, that's for sure. But yeah, for some, 350 is going to be great. For others, 350 is not going to be super exciting. So like, it's kind of a difficult thing to talk about pricing as a whole, especially in like a Facebook group or something, because you'll have like a handful of people that'll be like, I'm charging over 1,000. And it's like, well, I'd love to be up there, but I'm not. So yeah, I know for a fact, like, you'll be making decent margins on it. 350 really isn't bad. But with the windshield, I'd probably shoot higher than that with the windshield. But here's the thing. I guess a good way to maybe test it for you. Try doing it at that price. See how it goes. If you get a lot of people biting, start raising your prices more. I definitely undercharged, but it's my first official customer. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Nice job, man. Yeah, so you're like, I never know where people are coming from. It's kind of it's a real broad question to ask if I don't know any backstory. So yeah, like your first customer at your first business doing $350 for a ceramic job, like sick, man. That's awesome. Like, I guess the way I look at it is like 350 is kind of a gray area. You know, when I see inevitably somebody saying like 180, 200, that's like, okay, I wouldn't do like a full car necessarily for that, like let alone with a full windshield. But if you're, depending where you are and what else you can get, like, yeah, it's for some, like 200 is good. And I mean, what, if I can do 200 in your own garage or something, you're probably making more than a full-time job sometimes. There we go. See that mirror? That's the glass. That's not the film. Cool. Let's turn this off. Let's take the key out. We'll put a piece of tape over the swishes. I gotta cash them out. Do I do chameleon? Yeah, look at it. Just did it. No, I'm just kidding. Do you offer a lifetime warranty? Yeah, like everything. It's whatever I install, it's covered. Because that should be like the last thing on your mind. Wow, this thing sounds grumpy. This should be the last thing on your mind when you're getting a tint job for like my shop. It's just whatever film you're going with, you're gonna get a good job. And then if you have a problem down the road, I take care of it. Canon. So like that's within some realm of that doesn't cover your own physical damage to it, but wow, that really did a number. All right, I gotta tape this up really quick, and then we'll get back to the taco, to the Taco Tuesday. But yeah, that was pretty quick, inside of a half an hour. I'd show you this, but it's like customer information. Come on now. Is it going to import dashboard? New leads? Forgot to add sand. That's true. All right. Phone number. Save contact. No, you sneeze when you're putting it, just achoo, and then you put it up there. Big Mac versus Whopper. Honestly, they're both kind of shit. We'll do Burger King, but if you put them side by side, I like the sauce better on the Big Mac. The fries are where it really drops off. Bentley. Add application areas. Front, side, right. Pro Classic 20. Save and close. Big Mac sauce on a quarter pounder. Ooh. Yeah, that's better. I'll take that. Is C2 easy to shrink? Yeah, it's a very consistent shrinking film. No film is easy to learn how to shrink necessarily. So don't be surprised if you have problems. But yeah, in the grand scheme of film shrinkings, yeah, it shrinks really, really nicely. Mac sauce on a quarter, that's the way for sure. Yeah, I actually like the quarter pounder burger better. I forget that exists. Okay. All right, let me pull this out. I'll get this taken care of. Oh, this has that. I don't know if you can see this. It's got fading around the thing. I just saw a post about that. This whole quarter window here, it's like faded. It's Bentley fading. All right, let me pull this out. Hang tight. Oh, yeah, yeah. Let me do this one. What am I? Not out of paper. It's not out of paper. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Right there, through your printer. Okay. It's all the little things. I'm still screaming. Oh no. Where we put the keys. There it is. Found him. I found him. Okay. All right, so we still have some afternoon fun. Let me swap out a battery because this will inevitably die because it's taken so long to get to this point. Bentley's all cashed out. He's all set. Fun printer issues. I hate printers. Printers suck. Send it to one, it doesn't print. Send it to the other one. It has paper. It says there's no paper. There's definitely paper. Add more paper. It's still not printing. Send it back to the other one. And oh, look, it's printing. I don't really get the 5-year warranty thing. Most people don't keep a car longer than that anyways, so just call it lifetime. You could. And inevitably that'll bite you in the ass a little bit. But yeah, you're right. It's kind of like, I think that's why a lot of people just say lifetime. But you could, so I would have, if I were to skimp on warranty, what I would do is I would have like a 1-year warranty or something, because that's what, like, how long's your phone covered? You spend like $1,000 on a phone and it's covered for 1 year, and then you're paying more to get something fixed. Like, so it's weird that window tint is somehow in this like bubble of, oh yeah, if it fails 7 years down the road, it's still covered, and you only spent a couple $100 to get it done. Like, does that make a whole lot of sense? No. This is how it is, though. Can you share window tint needs? Can you share if window tint needs a business license and what type, insurance, etc.? So what I did was I went to a site called LegalZoom, and I had them do all the LLC and stuff. So I would talk to a service. So I know that's not a great answer, but that's what I've done. I don't think you really need anything special. But they're going to tell you at least the very basic things that you need. And as far as insurance go, again, that would leave up to the insurance professionals. You can shop around a little bit, get some different quotes, and you know, some people have what is called garage keepers insurance and whatnot. So insurance agency is going to be able to tell you a little bit more than that. But as far as like just getting a tint business started, it's really easy. You could literally just start and then work on the paperwork while you're doing everything else. I think it's as simple as registering in your state, getting an LLC, or whatever you want to file as, incorporated LLC. Because most tint shops are LLCs, but there's no reason why you couldn't be something else. I think it just makes most sense to be an LLC. But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't completely understand that part of it. The lifetime warranty is a marketing gimmick. Yeah, it really started because of that, because of marketing. Exactly right. You know, it was like 2 year, then 3 year, then 4 year, and then somebody just started saying lifetime, and it's like nobody can disprove that it's going to fail quicker until it's on there, and then by the time it fails, they're like, oh, we're on to another version anyways. So that it got established so early on. That being said, I think there's two ways to look at it. You can, if you're perhaps charging less, you might be able to sell it. What was I saying? It might be, you might be able to use it as a sales tactic, but I'd say that's probably on the lower end of things, to where you offer, you know, your blanket warranty. You could word it like this. Yeah, we offer good films, but our films have a 1 year warranty here under us. After that, you could have some sort of an upgrade program or like a protection plan that covers them for, you know, the whole lifetime warranty thing. Since most people just say lifetime warranty, you might have a harder time doing something like that. But you could rearrange things a number of different ways. Some people also offer little bonuses like early roll down programs, protection plans, stuff like that. Okay, this mirror is like ready to take off, but it doesn't unplug. So I think I'm just gonna leave it for the most part. This wire I wasn't even thinking about. Johnson's window tint? I don't know. If you don't gross profit over 100,000, there's no need for an LLC, even though most people have it. Yeah, like Lobo said, it's really a business protection thing. You're right. You don't need one. But yeah, in the event of like some sort of catastrophic lawsuit, which I think is very rare, I mean, it wouldn't matter too much. You do an LLC to keep your personal assets safe from your business one. Okay, what are we doing? We got too much stuff laying around. How many of your students open their own shops and how many quit and go do something else? I actually don't know. But I've had some people at least come in here and point out that now they have tint shops, which is very friggin' cool. It'd be nice to like follow up and stay in contact. What I learned in the very beginning, though, is that there's some people that will actually respond, and there's a good number of them that were not responding. So it just got really difficult on my end to check up with everybody. So in the very beginning, like for the first class, I was trying to do an online program alongside of it. That failed miserably. And then also trying to do t-shirt sizes too was just like, so many people seem to be too busy and focused on their own stuff, which is fine. But that's the reason why. But if they want to call, they're more than welcome to. Oh, no, you can leave it on. They should make the tape green for you. You know, green tape would be cool. What would be even cooler is if I was actually able to buy it. Because that, I tell you, can't even really do that. Too small. We'll show them. See you, man. Thank you. Avenza? Same pricing. It'd be $290 for all the sides in the rear, $450 with the windshield. Starting. What's the Venza? I know the Sienna is the van. What's the Venza? Is it like a mid-size SUV? Or is it a car? I forgot. Same pricing, though. Excuse me. My God, I forget about my coffee. I gotta clean this thing. I'm glad I got that Bentley out of the way. That was like looming for a minute. Geo is testing some chemicals. This is unironically one of the best sprayers I've ever used. Venza is the wagon / SUV. Oh, okay. Yeah, same pricing. Oh, it actually worked pretty fucking well. I had the double-sided tape stuck all on the dots. It actually did a nice job of dissolving all that. Cool. I'm more familiar with Toyota. I've heard of the Venza. I just forget what it was. Mid-size SUV. They got a bunch of mid-size, huh? They got the RAV4. They got the CR. No, not CRV. God damn it! What is that? I just did them. Why can't I literally just tinted a couple of them. Oh, the coating? Okay, so I still have not run into that Toyota coating. I've heard about it. I have not seen it. I wouldn't do anything with it. I would just tint over the glass and not redo anything ever. THR? No. I'm thinking about something else. They have a hybrid version of it. It's so dumb. It's just escaping my mind. Oh, no. RAV4 and then the 4Runner. Sorry, those things. I was thinking of the RAV4, but the other one is the 4Runner. They have like a bunch of little SUVs there. It's more on the Lexus models. It's never given me an issue. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet either around here, but I don't do all that many Toyotas. I'm always on the lookout for it though. Since they're putting it on just the regular Toyotas, they're probably going to do it on a lot of other stuff. Yep, I'd handle it the same way. Light scrub pad to clean it. No razor blades. You're definitely going to screw it up if you do it otherwise. The annoying part is going to be about removals. I mean, I'm guessing steamer for sure, adhesive remover, and a scrub pad, and then you just cross your fingers on the first piece of glass and hope it doesn't damage the coating. I don't know how safe that's going to be for the coatings on a removal, but there'll definitely be removals that have to be done. What's the difference between... Cut my nail. That's annoying. It's over there. All right, what was that? You guys are chatting real fast today. What's the difference between stainless razors and carbon? So it's just the type of metal. Stainless is going to be softer, carbon steel is going to be harder. When you're scraping on glass, it doesn't matter. It's only for cutting. All right, let me take this off. Yeah, so it's only for cutting. That's it. That's where you're going to have a hard time. These corners are definitely creeping me out just a little bit. It's probably going to be fun. But yeah, you could, like, I've even bought Amazon Basics razor blades. They're fine. They'll definitely do the job. But the blades that you put in your knife, those you want really good quality ones. Haven't seen you do a Bronco. Yeah, nobody's called me with a Bronco yet. If I haven't done one, I haven't got it on the schedule. There's a bunch of them exist. It's kind of like Explorers for a long time. And then all of a sudden we got like a handful of Explorers. Like, people buy a lot of Explorers. I don't tint a lot of Explorers. Do way more trucks than those SUVs. Sometimes it's just how it be. Broncos are easy. Cool. Yeah, like, some people just live in better areas. where you get like cooler opportunities. Broncos are kind of like whatever, but I was jealous definitely about like some Rivians. It's like, oh, that would have been a good one. Never had one. All right. When can you visit Sweden? I don't know if I'll ever visit. Nice GeoShield towel. Thank you. Is it softer? No, it seems very similar. Sun Distributing and the Soak Shield towels. I think this one was done by Soak Shield. It's got their logo. Probably getting them from similar sources. I don't know that for sure, but yeah, they're both really good. This was a choice based on convenience. So the first one that I saw is the first one I threw up here. But I use both. You're supposed to follow up that statement with, "This is not legal advice." Ah, stay. Have you done PPF? Yeah, I used to do PPF. Working on Sun Distributing towels. Bet some will be given away tonight. Ooh, that's cool. Oh yeah, it's Tool Talk Tuesday on the Sun Distributing channel / Facebook page. YouTube channel / Facebook page. They like to do giveaways. I don't usually do giveaways. They do lots of giveaways. So if you're here for free stuff, go there. How many ounces of soap should I do a 5-gallon tint tag? So you're gonna fill it up with probably like 4.5 gallons of water. On a 3-gallon keg, I do about 3.5 ounces of soap. So that's 2.5 gallons, 3.5, 4.5. So what? 4.5 to 5.5 ounces of soap? If you're using the same films. This is, when they're rolling up nice, I like to keep going with it. That was real smooth. What year's the taco? It's a new one. All right, there's that. Scooch in here. 70, not 35. Oh boy. Yeah, Sun Distributing, they like to give stuff away. New Tundras? I'd have to check. I don't remember if it was a new body style or not. It's been a minute since I've had a Tundra, so maybe, maybe not. There we go. Whew. Fun thing about 70 is you can't freaking see it. So it's extra hard to make sure that you're covered over the edges when they're invisible. Okay, I think, yeah, we're good. Damn you, corner. Oh, there we go. We got it. Sick. This is probably the hardest thing about having a headset when you're doing this. Bobbing your head around, trying to check every edge. Because if this thing gets squeegeed and it's not covering everything, I'm going to have a bad day. Looking good. Yay. Yay. Sweet. What film on your own car? Pro Nano. I did Pro Nano 50 on the windshield and 35 on the front doors. I used to do 35, 20, and 5, which is a really nice dark look. But getting something that more people are going to drive, and I'm going to be less nervous driving, 35 and 50 is way better for that. In Michigan, only legal to do the top 4 inches. Yeah, without a doctor's note. I always leave that disclaimer in there. It's legal if you get a medical exemption. Yeah, this is freaking nice. All right, first we pull the rope. I like doing it this way. So whenever I have a soak shield in there, I do the towel first, and I kind of like snug it down with the rope. The only time the soak shield rope is really going to get in the way is when you don't have much space at that bottom. Gets a little bit frustrating because you want to protect it as much as you can, but you also don't want to have to retint it. Okay, so now we're clean up, checking, and we'll go from there. Clean up, checking, touch up. Should be good. Felt like that one went pretty good. What's today? Oh yeah, Tuesday. Duh, Taco Tuesday, Tuesday. So this is supposed to be like an efficiency cart. I gotta set it back up. It's such a good idea. It works really well when I actually stop misplacing things. Waiting for the fog. Got a super chat. That fog costs money. Yeah, a few fingers on that side. That'll be easy to touch out. I can tell it's been a while since your wife's been to the shop. Yeah, right? Yeah, they are messy. It's what happens when I get busy and distracted, and then I pick up something and I put it down on the other tool cart. And then I don't know, oh yeah, the other bin's there. I should just take that clean bin, put it here. Do you order your squeegees online or a physical store? So there's, it's all gonna be online. No local stores have tinting tools, not unless you live by Sun Distributing, but 313tint.com, Sun Distributing. There you go. There's a Sun Distributing one. Tint Depot. And then also, what you'll notice is the tinting tools literally linked right below this video. That goes right to my store now. YouTube did this really cool integration. So a lot of times the things that you see me use, they're gonna be right below. So you can check them out, learn about them, pick them up if you want. help support the channel and everything. But we do these really nifty little videos too. We don't have it on every product yet, but we're working on them. So, if I can find my phone, I'll show you. Hang on, let me pull up your channel. Is it going to show me my live video? Oh, sweet. Look at that. So if I get rid of the live chat, I think is how this is going to work. Yeah, these guys right here. So when you click on some of these, it's going to open up my site, and then look, there's a little video, and you can see exactly how the tool works. Pretty cool, and more information and whatnot. Chat shows a product. Yeah, you can pin a product, which is pretty cool. So it's brand new. I'm kind of still playing around with those little features, but it's really nice that they do something like that. For the longest time, they would only let you link to like a random t-shirt company. Everything was in the description, and now they've done really, really nice Shopify integrations, because there's so many creators that have their own little stores, merch stores or whatever. And so now you can directly link to it. Liking GeoShield's new boxes. Yeah, they turned out pretty slick. Something that's hard to tell, too, is they actually, like, if you hit the light just right, they have a little, like, satin finish to the box. They have a little sheen to them, where the other ones are flat. So they look especially nice in person. They're really cool. Nice you have practice film. No, I have legitimate film. I tried to look into a good practice film. There's just nothing that I could bring to the table. Everybody's more interested in buying value anyways. On the site it says practice film. I'm not sure where you are. Oh, recommended? Yeah, recommended is way different. Binance says they're fully acquiring FTX. I thought there was like some weird... I thought they were creating drama about FTX or something. I don't really keep up with it, but I still follow some things. My gauge is where's Bitcoin at? Is that... Last I looked, it was like hovering a little low between or below 20. What's it at now? If it's below 15, I'll call that a crash. Anything above there is like, eh. It's funny that that's a crash, though. What's the darkest you can do on windshield? I have personal limits, so I only go as dark as 20. Sorry, 35, not 20, 35. 18K? That's not a crash. That's an everyday swing. Just wait. It'll be back up to 20 in a couple days unless the whole economy set a recent low at 17. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, but that becomes so temporary. Crypto is all volatility. It's boring now. If it's not going up or down at least 20%, it's boring. It was funny. I remember the first rise up past 1,000, and then it was like kept making news and then kept making new highs, which was kind of like a self-fulfilling like cycle. It was really interesting to watch. One thing that took me too long to realize is it was all like penny stocks. It was the new penny stock. So there was a time that like it went all the way to 17, and then it came down for like a couple years. I remember looking at it at 3. I was like, now would probably be a pretty good time to buy it. And then it never went back up, or never went that low again. Do these go this way? Oh my God, they do. They look like they're backwards. I wish I could take my car to you. That'd be nice. That'd be a good another job. Yeah, 35 on a windshield is dark though. Let's see, where are we at? What is GME doing today? GME is down. What is the market doing? Market's back up to 385. I haven't really looked at it. This is what it was, near the beginning of the year? This is what it's done since. A bunch of up downs. It's been a rough year overall, if you're long. Remember when people would offer 1,000 Bitcoins if you sent them a pizza? Yeah. But it's like a lot of these things, like streaming early on. If you had streamed hours a day when nobody cared about it, then you'd be one of the biggest streamers today. It's just, you have no idea of really knowing that stuff. And you really have to just have a lot of money, set it aside, and not think about it. And that's a really tough thing to do, is put actual chunks of money that like would be meaningful in your life into something and then just like leaving it be and never touching it. And then at some point, like reality should hit and it's like, wow, I doubled or I tripled or I quadrupled. That same type of logic is like, now you look at it where it is now and you're like, whoa, I should sell. But it's, you don't know if you were holding that long, maybe you should still be holding for the next like 15, 20 years, 70 years. Like, who knows? Who knows how high it's actually going to go? It's like any of these stock trading companies. You never know. All right, let's tighten this up. Are you familiar with any tint shops in Atlanta? Yeah, I've heard of a couple down there. I'd hit up On Point Styles. That's Kevin. I think he's in Gainesville. I don't know how close that is, but I'd hit up On Point Styles. Cool dude. He does all the videos for Tint Depot too. I was gonna put Bitcoin back then, but it was such a pain to obtain and hold. No apps, no wallets. Yeah, that too. Like, even now, it's still confusing and kind of weird. And that, like, there's so many barriers that, like, I'm one of the things that is genuinely shocking is how adopted it's been up to this point, and I think it's still complicated and confusing. So imagine when it gets easy, how many more people are probably going to get into it eventually. But the other part of it that was surprising to me is, like, there's still no real practical utility. I mean, you're hearing about NFTs a lot now, but they don't really have any practical use alongside of, like, artwork right now. Right now, anyways. Like, there's lots of ideas and theories and things that people are planning on doing with them. So don't get me wrong. There's stuff coming. But right now, it's like, it's all just, like, imaginary, foo-foo, crazy sounding ideas that the vast majority of people don't understand. So I'm surprised to see where it's gone. So part of me definitely regrets thinking too much about it. Because it's like, where's the use case? It doesn't matter. Okay. Looks like I was wrong. That's all right. I didn't think it was going to go back down to 0 after it hit 1,000 or 10,000 even, but I did think it was just going to stay low, and who knew for how long. Turns out, a couple years. That's it. Damn, this looks good. All right, back to the truck. So we did 70 on the windshield. We did 35 on the front doors, and then we did 70 over the rear. So they're going to be very, very similar. They didn't really want to change the look of the back. So when we look through it, that's about as spot on as you're going to get with any type of film. That looks really, really close. Have you done an E-Class coupe? Mm-hmm. So I don't remember what Mercedes coupes that I've done specifically, but I'm pretty so I've done real pain in the ass ones. Ones where frameless front doors, you open it up, and then the back quarter shifts down too. Those are not fun. Those are not fun at all. Damn. This looks nice. Looks real, real nice. All right. Where'd I put the key? Put the key here. Okay, cool. So that way when it locks itself, it's not in the car. I threw 25 into Crypto during Corona crash. Portfolio of Hive, April last year. I never sold anything and barely in the green. Maybe in 2030. Portfolio was at a high of 300K. Damn. See, that's what's tough to know. And you look back and it's like, I should have sold then and then put my money back in now. But when you're in it at the time, you never know how high it's going to go. Canon. It's kind of like where I am with GME. I put 25K into that shit. Shortly after the spike, no, like enough. So it came down significantly to a low of like 80. And I put money in it. And it's just been sitting. It's back down to pretty much where it was before. But they're still doing stuff. It's just sitting. All right. So, what time is it? Oh, it's 3? I thought I was like 4:20 right now. My computer is an hour behind. This whole time change has me really messed up this year. I was like naturally waking up at 8 o'clock, and now I'm just waking up at 7, and it's way too early. All right. So let's shout out some supers. Big thank you to Reverse, Hans, and RGC. Thank you guys so much for the supers today. I really appreciate it. But yeah, this was a reasonably long one. 4 hours? Oh, I guess that's pretty in line with the full with the windshield. I was watching an old Tint Was podcast with Dirty Tools. What happened between you two? Oh, he does not like me. I don't think he ever did. And then I had some probably not super nice comments when I heard he came out with a window film, but I'm kind of just talking out of my butt because I know what a lot of Reeboxers do. And, you know, it's, yeah, it's whatever. There's a few people like that just don't get along with. Not for, like, any real particular reason that I know about. Most of it is just, like, I think they see the channel and then develop an opinion, but they never have talked to me before. And then I just hear things from other tinters and whatnot, and then it's like, okay, I'm just going to keep doing what I do then. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Plus a bonus window. I know, right? You guys don't see that very much. But hey, whether if it's like a couple sets of doors or a one window like that, that's a real quick thing to get in and out like that. Cool shop, sir. Processes look interesting. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, this place has come a long way. We just recently rearranged it. It was really nice for the class, too. We really needed that extra space. And I had been thinking about this for a little while. So we pushed the wall all the way that way and just kind of opened the space back up again. We added some more lights. I like it. It's been nice. Just starting in the tint industry. Been watching your videos for a while. I have a question. Why do you use the white tape in the doors? Oh, the stuff for the seals? Just helps it turn out cleaner. So you have all sorts of crap built up in the sides, especially when the car's even a handful of years old. Windows rolling up and down, dust gets in there. There's no real easy way to clean it off. Most people don't even think about it. Wow, that was, hang on. Sorry, my stream. I hope that didn't happen a lot this stream. No, it just happened right now. My whole stream took a dive there for a second. Looks like it's okay now, though. Weird. Anyways, most people don't think about cleaning the side seals or anything. But so I'll use like a house wrap tape over the sides, and it's basically like putting a brand new seal on it. So, like if you were painting a house, tape the edges and stuff like that, it's a way to protect the sides and stuff, keep all that dirt from feeding back into your tint. Unfortunately, any quick advice for someone who hasn't started yet? Figure out the easiest way to get started to find out if you like it. So even that's running to AutoZone and buying some of their film. Like you'll learn stuff. Buy the kit. Just start. Just try some stuff on your own car and see how you like it. It's definitely much harder than you might think. Some people take to it pretty quickly, but that's a good thing to do. Just least barrier to entry. Just see how you like it and go from there. Yeah, damn, I still don't have shirts. Maybe we'll fix that in the new year. I don't know. On your old videos, you didn't use tape. When did you start using it? Within the past couple years. Yeah, I never learned with tape. You don't have to use it, but then I found out that it makes jobs way more consistent. And it was also finding the right tape. So seriously, right now, a house wrap tape or house wrap / sheathing tape. Everybody goes and gets painter's tape. Painter's tape is terrible. And I didn't know this other tape existed. So thin, really, really tacky, works awesome. Have you seen Fusion's new quarter window handles? Yeah, I did. They look adorable. I haven't used them, though. I just don't have one. They were very cute, though. I'd like to see if they actually make sense over just like holding one, but for some quarters, I could definitely see them. The far reach ones. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take off here. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed, and see you guys in the next one. Bye.